Okay, welcome. Now I will finish this, like the title says. Okay. Is there everybody? Kisara has points left. Let's take this. What does resistance plus 20? Okay. Then you all have all points used. I think we just go. Novel level? Maybe? Can't use fast level. That's fair.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrect 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrect 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
That was huge. So, they clear Renans never truly existed in this sense. They were basically what is the word? Molecularly engineered or gene engineered from Denans.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrek 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Okay, let's go talk to everybody. There is a inn. Celeste and how about porridge?
It's
Let's make
finished.
porridge.
Hopefully the others like it.
Tiny bit of defense. Thank you. I will come again. Let's help you. Happy bottle. We got some happy bottles. They are very happy bottles.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danon mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danons again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danons probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? But it's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danon, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what
It's
needs
just a
to be
cutscene.
done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dan is still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorn's connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up.
Let's go see
Let's
what
go give
it
Hevric
is.
35 our answer.
But first, a skit.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Okay. Central level.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Havrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Okay, we have learned the truth. Now if it lets me, I am doing some of the side missions after the ship is repaired. It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you all get some rest in the interim. Rest. Why not?
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest,
Now kiss.
the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will...
Kiss.
Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Kiss. I ship it.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it. But we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Time to get back to business. Okay, what is... This is the new one, okay. Let's take off to Rena.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is... that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans start oppressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Ooh. Now I can, yes. And yes, I am using that just now. Yes. Now I can do some side missions. I am just worried that there is literally no return point.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Yes.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not... hugely? Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Can I now? Yes, I can. Thank you. Let's go talk to this person. What he has to say.
Yeah.
Hey, seems like you folks are staying pretty busy. Oh,
Hey.
you could say that. You seem to be in high spirits yourself, Canal. I try. I like to think I'm good at staying positive, if nothing else. After all, with everyone so scared about right now, it's important for guys like us to stand tall and keep hope alive. You know? You said it. What's got you all down in the bumps? Me? I'm fine, I guess. Well, you don't sound like it to me. If Zephyr saw you like that, he'd be none too pleased. Glennon, cut him some slack. What did I say? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just learned that Nate said he has a favor to ask you guys. He does? What is it? You should just talk to him yourself. Tell him I sent you. You see you later.
Great.
Huh? He scurried off in a rush. The stuff with Zephyr. I mean your dad. Still weighing on your mind, huh?
I guess...
I've known every Crimson Crow since I was in diapers, so I know better than anyone just how much they revered him. It's not like anyone's pointing the finger at me, but it's hard to stop imagining that they don't hate me somehow. Do you want to wait here while we talk to Nate?
Thanks.
No, I'll come alone. Not like waiting around is going to make me feel any better. Son! Why now? Go back to clouds. You are not welcomed here. We are playing Luna, not Celestia.
Huh?
Hey you guys, what can I do for you?
Well...
We were going to ask you the same thing. Rena sent us to talk with you. Said you had a favor to ask. Favor? What favor? Oh, I know. You know the Ikea wastes? There's a sugar there I want you to take care of. For now we've managed to contain it and block off the roads, but who knows when it'll break loose and start causing trouble again. Makes sense. I'm guessing you want us to go in and make sure that never happens. More or less, yeah. But I'm not asking you to do it, Alphen. I want La to take care of it instead. Me? Really? You got a problem with that? No, it's not that. But...
Alright.
Good. Then get to work as soon as possible. If you need to break the barrier to get it done, that's fine too. Anyway, that's all from me. Don't let me down, you hear?
I guess.
What is with these guys? First Glenna starts acting weird and now Nate. It's me. This is because I got my dad killed. La. No, it's fine. It's the least I can do after what I put these guys through. I'll be back.
Got it.
Nobody said we couldn't help you. We'll come too. That's the split. Yeah. It's there. Let's fast level here.
We've reached our destination.
Let's rest.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too. Especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver spoon elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing.
There's a lot of skits with this campaign, so I am very sorry about that.
Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
Okay, let's see what we can make. There is sandwich, fancy buffet, apple pie, hamburger. What about sandwich? Holy malak. Why not?
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
Ah.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? I'm surprised to see you up reading so late. What have you got there?
Oh, it's a book about magic. I was hoping I'd reach the end of this chapter before I went to bed.
I'm impressed you can read all that tiny text without drifting off.
It's easy. Honestly, the subject is so interesting, it keeps me wide awake. Although I have to admit, the more I read this book, the more I realize just how much I still have to learn. I hate not knowing it all, so it pushes me to keep learning as much as I can so I can be a real expert.
So that's why you're studying by the campfire every night, huh? You've really changed, Rinwell.
Really? I don't feel like it.
Remember how you used to be when we first met in Calaglia?
Sure, but that's because I was still hiding a lot from you guys. Am I really all that different aside from that?
Definitely. It's the difference between a rock and the sun.
Are you saying I used to be like a rock? That's not something you should use to describe a girl, Alphen.
My bad. But the comparison is still apt. You used to not be open with us about your magic at all. And now look at you.
Well, I guess you may have a point. I used to hate studying magic because my parents made me do it. And after everything that happened, I felt like it brought nothing but trouble. But now, I don't think it's so bad after all. Maybe I really have changed more than I thought. All magic is simply astral energy combined with knowledge. It's neither good nor bad by itself. It all depends on how you use it. Saying it out loud, I guess I finally made peace with it.
I think you have Law to thank for that.
What? Why him?
I mean, he was kind of the one who...
Nope, he's got nothing to do with it. None. Zilch. Nada. Nothing.
If Law heard that, he'd be pretty bummed, you know.
You're crazy. I don't see why he would be.
Are you saying you rather he wouldn't be? I'd say the fact you can get so worked up about things now is another sign you've changed.
Sounds like someone wants me to put on a little magic show.
All right, all right. I'll take my leave before I say anything else that might get me into trouble. Just make sure you aren't staying up too late, okay?
Ugh, I'm not a little kid anymore. Yeesh. Though, actually, it felt kinda nice hearing that. I wonder why. Woo! Hoodle, let me know if you sense anything.
Master Art Aquarius Damnation.
Another day, another gold.
So that's how you get the Master Arts for new other persons in the party. Okay, before I will go to hunt that Zookolla, I am going to have a small break, get some coffee, be right back. And I'm back. Sorry if you have to wait. I am very... Please excuse me. I'm just a human. It was good coffee.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
We won that by a mile.
It's... Okay. Let's beat these doggos. Kill the doggos.
Get lost. Illuminate the
And here I hoped I was improving.
Well, looky here.
Oh, there's something here. Potatoes. Patatas.
Out of our way. Don't mind if I do. We managed to turn the tide.
For now. But things could shift at a moment.
You're right. Better stay alert.
Didn't even break a sweat.
It was this way. I was going to the wrong way. Please excuse me. Collect the potato. Collect the potato. We need the potato.
Out of my way!
We are!
Undefeatable!
Unflappable.
Unfazable.
And most of all, we're free! An opponent like this should be easy.
Glacial Spear.
It's very
There
weird
is
to
blip on our radar.
see this weak enemies. When I have getting accustomed
I
to
won't forgive you.
Lightning condemned.
Sometimes I wonder where you come up with those
their own
moves.
basic
I could say the
enemies.
same to you.
Good thing we're on the same side, huh?
Was it? No, it was this way. Hello, doggos.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
As impressive.
And here I hoped I was improving.
Everyone still in one piece?
Yes.
I barely worked up a sweat.
Lucky people.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
Good point. Back to here.
Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
That's not your run-of-the-mill enemy.
No, it's not. 53 levels.
This won't be easy.
Don't be such a pessimist.
Now you see what I can do!
Far enough. Is it high? Just back it out again.
Aim cat.
Looking good.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Ow, ow, ow.
You'll pay for that. No escape.
Let's use ice bottle to Rinwell.
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that. In here. Ready and ready. This here with the elf.
Smash you.
Perfect move! Far enough!
Here I come.
Hurricane strike. Gale force.
Here I come.
Ready.
Swallow blade.
Not in your dream.
Dragon swarm.
It looks like you got this one covered.
Burn. You're mine.
I never miss.
I'm not done. Swallow blade.
Here I
I'm not done. Be still.
Attack.
No escape.
I'm gone!
No further.
Raging storm.
Strike.
Alright, thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Burn.
I'm ready to go!
Dragon swarm. No escape.
My head's spinning just what?
You're mine.
Strike! Ground and
Dragon swarm.
Illuminate the sun.
Ready and ring! Their arts were interrupted!
You're mine.
Not with this!
Stay away from my friend. Take this.
A wailing gift of lightning.
Dragon swarm.
Divine savior.
Try harder. My turn.
Take this!
Here I come.
Raging
Swallow
storm.
blade. No further.
No more playing nice!
Here goes. Lightning
No
condemned.
escape.
Not on my watch.
Ah, missed it.
Lightning condemned.
You're mine. No escape.
Let's keep up the pressure!
Hurricane.
Take this! Going in!
Tear.
Armor won't save you! Inferno
Take this. I'm not
Where
done.
are you going?
Mirage.
There you go.
Denied!
You're mine. Dragon swarm.
Tiger Blade!
Right in a vine!
Ah, this is tough one.
It's over. Dragon swarm.
Take this!
Swallow blade. This one's all mine. Take this. Not today. Swallow blade.
I can't heal you forever.
Here I go. Win.
Whoa, hey! Who cares? Here, let me have her heart.
Come on! You have to hold on!
By the power of water.
Strike. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down!
And use item. Pineapple set? Yes.
Going in!
Here I come.
Inferno crossing!
Dragon swarm.
How about this?
I owe you healing. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Did I not use it? Now.
Take this. Swallow blade.
Inferno crossing!
I never miss.
This one's all mine.
Not in your dreams.
Hurricane foot!
It's over.
Whoa, hey!
Take this. Strike. Dragon swarm. Eat this.
Sorry.
Aim that.
Hurricane thrust! No further! No escape! Mirage! Not a chance! Dragon swarm!
I can carve through armor!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Ow. Ah. Thank you. Not done yet.
Don't give up! Winds of heaven! First healing circle! Appreciate the help. I'll bring you back. Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know
Thank you.
someone.
And I use an item. Bam 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 bam.
Here my arts can Here I come! You're mine!
No.
I never miss. This one's mine. Inferno This one's all mine. Take this.
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open.
Be my guest.
Now you're getting serious. A whirling storm. Winds of heaven. First force.
Try harder.
Explosion.
Now.
Hold on to your heart. Here I come. Hurricane
Not a chance. My turn.
Just what I need.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Winds of heaven. First force. I can carve through armor. The power of light. I'm ready to go. Healing art.
Now or never.
Hurricane Take this. Hurricane Fire. I'll take you all on.
Kisala go.
Flare the Malika! I'll heal you all! This one's mine!
Here I come.
Healing
No
circle!
escape. Devastation.
This one's mine! Ready and raring! Wind astral energy! I can carve through...
Okay, life bottle. Sion.
You feel the medicine? I'm sorry. Spread! Glacial spear!
Here I come. No escape. Dragon form. I'm not done.
Mm.
No escape. No. Can't end here.
Ow.
Eat dirt! First aid! This one's mine! Slag assault! Sighted! It looks like we made a mess! This! Graviton field! Lightning! Hurricane strike! Lightning strike! I won't give up! Hurricane strike! Armor won't save you! Ready to go! Far enough! Crescent move!
Okay. Life battle.
I hope this medicine works as promised.
Crescent I'll heal you all! They've got us cornered! We're not finished quite yet! You're right. We can still turn this around!
No. Can't end here.
Radiant Pierce! I'm out of ammo! Back into...
Not done yet.
Annihilation! Nunda Ray! Gemini Alpha! By the
Try
power of
harder.
flames! Vanish without a trace!
You require a hand.
Take this. Here I come. Dragon swarm.
Anything in order!
Pa, pa, pam, pam, pam.
Train harder! By the power of hurricane strike! Annihilate! I'm ready!
Mirage.
Where are you going? This one's
Ow!
I hope this medicine works as promised.
It's go time!
I hope this medicine works
Now you
as
see what I
promised.
can do!
They're not playing around. Reload!
I'll bring you back.
You require a hand.
I'll bring you
Can't
back
get out
from
of
death.
this.
This close one.
Not again!
Here's the raging cascade. Raging storm.
You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind.
Had to use it sometime.
Transforming heaven and earth.
Here I come!
A wailing lightning.
This one's mine.
Save you!
Ground and pound.
Take this!
Get on in there with the
Strike! Dragon Swarm!
lightning orb. One at a time.
Take this!
My astral energy. Time to shine.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa.
Here.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
I've been carved through all!
Here it comes.
On your toes, everyone.
Not today!
Annihilation. Inferno crossing. Illuminate. Burning.
Try harder! My turn!
Evil. Bronze and red here. Holy hell. A chain between heaven and earth. Water. Annihilation. Where are you going? Going in. Inferno crossing. Nothing destroys me. Annihilation.
Far enough.
Mega ray.
Shield and
Annihilation.
Is this it?
Ah!
all healed.
Take this! No further!
Not done yet! You're mine! Take this! Dragon Swarm! No escape!
Now you see what I can do!
Strike!
Take care of Poodle.
Ah! So, I lost. That loss I can take. Because it's optional boss. Ocean Valley. There's something in sync. Okay.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cislodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hoodle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hoodle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hoodle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hoodle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hoodle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hoodle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
Let's camp again. I want all of the actually for munching. I want more of the skits.
Doing some thinking?
Nah. It just occurred to me that our journey's been going for a while now.
Is it a wonder to you our group has held together this long?
Maybe. We've got Danans, Renans, a lord, a mage, and even a guy from another time. Yet here we all are, leaning on each other as travel companions. It's like a minor miracle.
If anything, I'd say it's proof. Proof that as long as we accept each other for who we are, we can all get along.
And with understanding comes togetherness. Yeah, we are more than enough evidence of that.
I've always had a thorny relationship with others. Quite literally, as it happens. I figured that it was easier to give up on intimacy, rather than having to go through all of the pain of rejection. I mean, is it any wonder I grew thorns around my heart, too?
But now...
Right. Now... I still have my thorns, of course. But they don't cover my heart. I know now that there is more than one way for people to relate to one another. It was you and everyone else here that taught me that. Everyone that you brought together, Alphen.
It wasn't just me. I mean, sure, I invited a few folks to join us, but... swordsmanship's about all I have to offer. Everyone's taught and supported me just as much as I have them.
You see? That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're fine just as you are. The bonds that you form with others, they shine more brightly because they're mutual. It's not just one bond for you. It's many, each with a heart of its own. That's what makes them special.
Enlightening bond. Feelings. Where do I get that?
Hey, Shion.
Hmm.
Got any requests for supper tonight?
Me? Not really. I'm fine with just about anything. Everything you cook is delicious.
Well, thank you. Seeing you devour my food makes all the work I put into it well worth it.
Do I look that eager to you?
Nothing wrong with that. We all have to eat to survive. It makes me happy to see people eat their fill on what I fix.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Hey, Alphen. Why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
You know, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe because when I couldn't feel pain, it gave me that kick I was craving.
But now that you can feel pain again, wouldn't your tastes have changed?
Did you like spicy food when you were younger?
Not as much as I do now. At some point, it just became something almost like an addiction, I guess.
I can most certainly relate. Once you've had your fill of ordinary food, you cannot help but seek out more unusual fare.
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphen's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for exotic food. The stranger the better.
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphen.
I like food that's dense and keeps you feeling full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of...
What was that?
Nothing. I lost my train of thought.
You know, I've also noticed Shion's not really into the same kind of food most Renans are. Could be it's got something to do with the way she grew up.
That's so me. Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength. All meat, all the time.
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish because she can catch them herself.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something long enough, it comes naturally to you.
I like fish just fine. But what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes homemade. It reminds me of what my mom used to make.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zoogles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What? Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so freaking much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for stealing our supplies.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Food.
Hand it over.
Stay away!
Hey, I'm back. Huh? What the heck happened here?
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
Easy peasy. I knew I could handle it.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Sorry if I'm a bit restless during the night. Come on, guys.
Let's
We've
go.
got lots to do.
Plus to 2 and I have to finish the game.
No choice.
If it's in the sky, it's a rolling struggle.
We've turned the tables on us.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. This could be useful.
Collect that. And let's do the side mission.
Right, here goes. Hurricane front.
Quiet. Well, right after I silence them.
We're in good form.
There you go.
It's huge. I bet it'd be a good way to test my strength.
Don't get carried away.
I'm gonna keep it.
Get lost.
Gladly, it's only 39.
All yours. No escape. Dragon swarm. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. No escape. You're mine.
In here!
Here I come.
Let's get you all tucked away! Rage and cascade! This one's
Swallow
mine!
blade. Burn.
One more time! Annihilation! Take this!
Take this.
Dragon swarm! Bring you down! A wailing dancing lightning! Here I go! Divine pumpkin!
Hurricane Crop! Knock it into next week!
No escape.
In a bind!
Dragon swarm.
Piercing roar!
Hurricane strike! Back into the fray!
Hook shot!
Maelstrom! Blizzard annihilation!
Their arcs were interrupted!
Illuminated dark!
You're finished.
First aid!
Be still. Devastation.
Never gets by me!
Burning! A wailing
Hurricane
dancing
swarm.
lightning!
It's on.
Lightning strike! Hurricane strike! Winds of heaven! First force! I'm all
Hurricane thrust. Here. Hurricane thrust.
Shattering the pieces! Attack
lightning to death! Hurricane strike!
Attack that!
Do it!
Commander of heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Lunar
Shield
corruption!
and light!
Eat.
Take this!
Hurricane strike! Burn up! Wind annihilation!
No further.
Illuminate the darkness! There! Lightning rod! A chain between heaven and earth!
Take this.
A wailing dancing lightning!
Dragon swarm.
Divine standing form! A whirling circle!
Demon fang.
Wind shield! Hear my call!
You're finished.
Hurricane blast!
Armor won't save you!
Glacial spear!
You're
Piercing!
mine.
It's weakened!
I'm not done. This ends now.
The enemy's on the ropes.
We've got him where we want him.
It's time to end this battle.
You picked the wrong fight.
By the power of
Take this!
Get on in there with that!
Die, die, die!
Explosion!
Be still.
Hurricane strike!
You're mine. I'm not done. Hurricane thrust.
Time to shine! Not in your dreams!
Mirage.
Burn up!
Illuminate the dark! Searing
Devastation.
and holy will! A chain between heaven and earth!
Make it rain!
A wind!
Unfinished.
We won.
Why not?
An opponent like this should be easy. It's on.
We managed to
For now. But things could shift at a moment's notice. Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Yikes. Syssloden? No. Let's go there.
We finally made it. Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! Aha! Hehehe.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey!
Hey!
What?
What? Gah.
I'm skeptical.
How's about this?
Is that...
Is that...
What?
What?
Hey!
Excuse me.
Uh,
I...
what?
What?
What's going on here?
Good question. Huh.
Oh, come on. Huh?
In sync.
What was that all about?
he just thinks something's going on between me and Rinwell. And Rinwell being Rinwell took it the wrong way. Which means now I'm getting an earful from both of them.
That really didn't explain anything.
Aha. Kiss. Kiss, kiss. Okay. Where was the library again? Second floor, or was it first? First.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time, the fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara, what's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicent was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Okay, let's find the library. See if I can focus on that side mission. Yes, library. Then I will go to the main mission again.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at?
Good grief.
There she goes, lost in another one of her books. Hey!
Hey!
Hey, Envel! What out?
Whoa!
What's got you all worked up, bird? I ain't doing anything wrong.
Huh?
What is it, Law? Need something? No, I just wanted to make sure you were still paying attention since you had your nose buried in that dusty old book. That dusty old book is a valuable artifact, one that I think was written right after the Great Conquest. For real? What's it say? Anything neat?
Well...
I don't know that I could call it neat, but I definitely found something intriguing. It mentions something about the phantom flower of Nevila.
Huh?
Nevila, as in the Nevila snow plains near Sysoloden? The ones with the lake?
Yeah.
Yep, the one and only. The book claims that a long time ago there used to be a beautiful flower along the banks that could only be seen at night. Well, if that's true, how come I haven't heard of this flower until now? We both know how dark it used to be until Afancio came along. Maybe nobody went out of their way to look for it. Plus, what period of darkness in Sysula wasn't not a nighttime either?
I guess...
That's a good point. You wanna go investigate it and see if it's true then?
Huh?
Really? You'd help me look for it? Oh, but we don't have that kind of time spare right now, do we? Kind of we have, but I want to keep the plot moving. You wanna find it, don't you?
Got it.
Then let's ask the group if we can search for it. Next time we're in the area. Sounds good?
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Lo. The fountain flower of Nevila. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about seeing one. Me too. Don't be shy about books. I'll be eagerly awaiting them. So I don't have a book. The correct one at least. Astral Arts for winners. Your surefire guide to claiming a lordship. Okay. Save. No. Rena.
That was quite the little adventure we went on. I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
I will check one thing again. Yes. So. go finish this. Doesn't work. That one does.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Let's fight!
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Going in! Freeze! This one's mine! What's up? Rise and shine!
all mine! Burn!
Sorry. Water, hear my call!
Try harder!
In a bind?
Small. Ow, ow, ow.
Winds of heaven, first force.
Burn! Now I can let loose.
I owe you one for that. Thank you for all your help.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. Hear my
I'm not done.
Their arcs were interrupted.
Do it, Sion. Astral energy, full throttle.
Now, you're mine!
Here's a healing. Eliminate the sun.
Swallow blade!
Hurricane strike.
Demon Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! My turn! No escape!
I never miss.
You're finished! Mirage! Dragon Claw!
Leave the chargers to me. Make it rain. I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Here it goes.
Not this time!
Got you.
I'm not
Winds
done!
of heaven.
Mirage! Burn!
Look sharp.
Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade! Wind!
Inferno crossing.
Mirage!
Make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
There you go.
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now,
I probably
this
will.
whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Let's fight!
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
Dragon Swarm! Denied!
I'm not done! These ones can run rings around us!
Prepare to be seized! You're mine! Swallow Blade!
Not on my watch!
You're mine! I'm not done! It's on! Dragon Swarm! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
Now! Law! Get toasty!
Burn Strike! Now! Here I come! Strike!
In a bind?
Devastation! Hurricane Strike!
Shield Hurricane Strike!
You're on!
A wailing
Goodbye!
of lightning!
I'm not... This one's all mine! Ignite!
Let the marksman handle this! Hurricane will bring you down!
We'll escape! Swallow
This is
Blade!
it! Now! Frozen!
Hammer!
Hammering them down.
Step back! This one's all Law!
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Free will is scary. What's in here?
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
Upper level 2. Thank you.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action.
Good question.
Concentrate.
Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around.
You're mine! Swallow blade! Blade inside me! Show me! In an instant! Impact cross!
Reinforcement?
Now! Take it! Crush! Mirage! Burn in hell! Dragon swarm! Pierce through! You're mine! Win! Sonic thrust! Dragon swarm! I'm not done! You're mine!
You've got pretty impressive aim there. Thought of picking up the rifle yourself? No, this is more my style.
You're mine! Swallow blade! You're mine!
That'll bring you down. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Where are you going?
Dragon swarm! Not to the prepare to be seen! You're mine!
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem.
Dragon swarm!
Reinforcements?
Dragon swarm!
I think we can get through this.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it?
You're mine!
Not by a lot.
I'll smash you!
I don't think so.
Mirage!
Photon,
Dragon swarm! It's time! Dragon swarm!
between heaven
You
and
picked the
earth.
wrong fight!
Switching off. A wailing banshee of
Dragon
lightning.
swarm! More? Here I come! Strike!
Divine
Dragon swarm!
air thrust.
Strike! Dragon swarm! No further!
Switch to offense.
Flash!
Make it rain.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Hurricane.
Mirage!
Don't mind if I do.
Dragon swarm! It's over! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Natural energy.
Take it! Mirage! Dragon swarm! You picked the wrong fight! Swallow blade!
Make it rain. I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Dance in the
More?
wind. Go. Sleep now. Where are you going? I'm ready.
Here I come!
Stockpile. Where are you going?
Escape!
Do it. In here. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen. Make
It's
it
time
rain.
to end this battle! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Now! Take this!
Go.
I'm not done!
Far enough.
Crush! Mirage! This one's all mine! Burn! Swallow blade! I'll smash you!
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Illuminate
More?
the dark.
Here I come! Mirage! Dragon swarm! Nonsense!
Take this!
You picked the wrong fight!
Make it rain.
Swallow blade! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
This!
Yeah. Nice technique.
Mirage! Dragon swarm! Take this! Swallow blade!
Make it rain.
Get toasty!
That was last.
I feel sprightlier than before.
At least I got.
Even in such a harsh environment as this,
At least I got lots of XP and items.
there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Maybe both.
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we...
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Insects should stay on the ground.
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Now or never.
Eat dirt!
Lightning condense! Illuminate the dark! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally!
Eat dirt! Here I come!
I just noticed.
Dragon swarm!
They are. They are over 50 level.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Now! You're mine! Struck! You're on! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not a chance! I'm not done! Slash! Dragon Swarm! Slash! Swallow Blade!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lots of enemies.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Hello. Yeah, 50.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Not today!
So in that case, I am underleveled.
Don't mind if I do. Will this help?
Take this! Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm! I'll smash you! Dragon Swarm! No escape! Slash!
Illuminate the
Dragon Swarm!
Lunar Blade! Arts require complete
Take this!
Do it! Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done!
This one's all mine!
All thanks to you.
Take this!
Winds of heaven! Force!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Now! Frozen!
Hammer! My turn! Far enough!
Annihilation!
Swallow Blade!
Purge malevolence!
Dazzle!
Arcade
Take
waterfall!
this! You're on! Bang!
In here! I'll be saving this one!
You require a hand.
Mine.
Radiant!
Armor won't save you!
That came from!
Take this! It's on! Dragon Swarm!
Between heaven and earth!
Slash!
Lightning!
No escape!
Can be awoken!
This one's mine!
Do it!
I'm not done!
Frozen!
Hammer.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
There's something. Platinum chunk. So, platinum chunk.
Guess I missed.
No. There's something more here. Mantis, level 50.
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
Where are you going?
I'm not done! Strike! Time to cross blades! Can't get out of this!
Does it say anything weaknesses? No.
It looks like you got this one covered.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine!
Far enough! A worm.
You're mine!
Not on my watch!
Easter!
Lunar corruption!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Pierce through! Strike thrust!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Hurricane thrust!
I'll heal you all! Alright!
Laser fire!
You require a hand.
Sleep now!
And just like that, I'm back in. Start by hitting the front line. No sooner said than done.
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Here I come!
Take this!
Swallow Blade!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Radiant
Hurricane thrust!
This one's mine! Inferno crossing!
Ignite!
This one's mine!
Dragon
I
Swarm!
can't heal you forever!
Sonic thrust!
Outstanding form! I'm out of ammo! I'm almost
Honor won't save you. You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
By the power of flame! Not on my trace!
Thunder thrust!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
Take this! No further!
Holy lion! Chain between
You
heaven and
picked the
earth!
wrong fight!
A wailing guardian
I'm
lightning!
not done! Dragon Swarm!
Flaming meteor! My savior! Dance in the wind! In here!
Could do without this pain!
Look sharp!
Dragon Swarm!
Glacial supernova! Here's evil!
Shattering the
Pieces!
Struck!
Photon flash! Lightning!
I can feel my precision
Oh.
improving.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden
Ooh,
Zone.
there's something.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone? While others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
Maybe. But first,
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
I'll smash you!
Try
You wanna
harder.
play?
No! Any more of this and I'll burn out! No escape! That buzzing is driving me mad! Severing wind! Mirage! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Ha! I'm not done! Swallow Blade!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me!
That'll bring you down.
Ha! You picked the wrong fight!
Frozen!
Hammer.
Nicely done!
Take this!
All thanks
I'm
to
not
you.
done!
Seal!
No further!
One more for the
Here I
stockpile!
come! No escape!
Searing
Dragon
flame!
Swarm!
Reload! Confiscated! I'm out of ammo! Back in
Ha!
way!
Pierce through!
Wind astral by the power!
Here I
Holy
come!
land! Chain between heaven and earth!
Dragon Swarm!
A wailing
Shattering the pieces!
Water, hear my cry! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
Armor won't save you!
It's over!
Photon
It's
flame!
on!
Dance in the wind!
Ha! You picked the wrong fight!
Explosion! Hear me!
This one's mine.
Burning!
Demon Tank!
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not yet! No escape! Ha!
Winds of heaven! Radiant
No escape! Swallow Blade!
by the power of flame!
Pierce through! Demon Tank!
Pile.
Slash! Dragon Swarm!
Do it. Get toasty.
Bird Strike!
All disaster
No!
is in the
There you go.
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
Pa-pa-pum. Wait a minute. There you go. I hope that's enough for now at least. Just in time.
Don't tell me! Try harder! Not a chance!
The earth throbs in
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah,
In a
you too.
I'm not done! Ignite!
Going in! Igneous discharge!
I'll heal you all.
I'm not done! Dragon!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Dance
I
in the
owe you
wind.
one for that.
Air
Where
thrust.
are you going? Appreciate the help.
Heaven and earth.
I'll bring you back
A
away.
whirling banshee.
How about this?
Thank you.
Lead the torch to me.
Raging
Forward
cascade.
up. Make it rain.
Astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Naturally.
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane strike.
Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain.
Very well. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Not a chance! Strike!
Anything in armor is all mine. I'll smash you.
You're mine!
Top field.
Eat dirt!
Do it. Celestial hammer.
And finished.
I got it.
Got what?
I can chop up vegetable scraps and use them in the seasonings.
Should've known that's what it was gonna be about.
Let's check what's in here.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
Holy clock.
Looks like some solid.
Cloak. Yes.
Equipment.
Let's finish you.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
No further! Strike!
In here.
It's over!
Let's get a
It can hide itself?
What would I do?
Amazing!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Ah!
If it's in the sky,
I forgot that this monster uses magic.
holy land. I'm going to need aid to all my healing arts to accomplish. A wailing banshee of lightning.
Ready or ready? Driving me hard up.
All mine! Burn it
I'm inside it.
I'm not done!
I'll smash you.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa! Hurricane
No
strike!
escape! Swallow blade!
Going in.
Downfall. Lightning orb.
I'm not done!
Hurricane
Swallow blade! Prepare to be sealed!
Elite power of water. More for the annihilation.
In a bind.
Swallow blade! Severing wing!
I can do this. I just have to get it together. We're right here. We can help you.
Shion's right. You have us to lean on.
You're right.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
It's go time. I can carve through armor.
Thank you for all your help.
Please.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa! This one's mine.
Escape!
In
Swallow blade!
Thanks so much. Power the line.
I'm not done!
That'll bring you down.
Swallow blade!
Dance in the wind. You'll soon see about that. By the power of flame.
Try harder! Not a chance! Prepare to be sealed!
I've taken too many hits.
No further! Pain. You'll pay for that!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Whew.
Hey! Anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
Now I'm here.
We're in for a long slog with this one. That'll bring you down. Lightning strike!
No escape! The
Where
flame
are you
inside
going?
me yearns
These
to
things
be
really
free.
get on my nerves.
It's time. Strike! Got fires!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Mortal blade! All yours!
Now you see what I can do.
Annihilation!
Come one, come all!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Mortal blade!
Glacial fire!
Holy land!
Inferno closing!
Take it!
Here goes! Prepare to be... I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malika!
Take it!
Dance in the wind! Radiant here!
Strike! Thrust!
Hurricane strike!
Mortal blade! You're
Don't
mine!
mind if I do!
Take this! No further!
Hurricane strike!
Dragon
Do
swarm!
it! Lightning strike! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Outlander!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you!
Dirt!
Here, let me help!
No escape!
Piercing roll!
Dragon swarm!
To pull myself together!
Sonic thrust! Demon fang!
Sleep now!
Shattering
This one! First aid!
All right. Now where was I?
Smash you!
No!
No escape! Mortal blade!
Make it rain!
Ridwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Now!
Flaming meteor!
Let them
No
lock
escape!
Burn up!
This one's mine!
Strike! It's on! Dragon swarm! Ignite!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Whew.
These bad guys really don't mess around.
Hello. Polyconticus.
But we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Bind!
Jam! Your art!
Did that help? I'm going to need all the power in my head. Why are you there? Resurrection! Hear me! Flame of fury! Water! Hear my call! Hurricane strike!
Mortal blade!
Lightning strike! It's time to finish this!
Finish it.
Die!
Shoot the doggo.
Consuming wildfire! I'll fix you up! Recover!
Dragon swarm!
Seal! Mega ray!
No escape!
Seal!
Mortal
Here
blade!
comes flame of fury!
Switch to
The
offense!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Pierce evil!
Not today!
Illuminate the
I'm not done! Dragon swarm! Lightning thrust!
A chain of
You're mine!
Hear my call!
You're lost! Be still!
Glacial spear! Pierce
Sonic
evil!
thrust! Take this!
Get on glacier!
Pierce through!
Hurricane strike! Anything in armor is all mine!
Lightning orb! Healing
Hurricane
strike!
strike!
It's time!
Flaming meteor! Denied! All right, now you see what I can do!
To stop you dying?
That'll bring you down!
Not today!
Inferno
Will they help?
Dragon swarm!
Tiger blade!
Coming through! Ha!
Coming through.
Scarlet Inferno!
Dance in the wind! I'll
Take
heal
the-
you all!
Now we're never.
Air thrust!
Can't get out of this!
My head's spinning just watching!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Try harder!
Not feeling so hot.
Take it easy. You'll hurt yourself.
Sorry, didn't mean to make you worry.
No escape!
Here's a healer!
Together. Here goes. Not today. Dragon Force. Inferno crossing. Armor won't save you.
Amazing.
Hurricane water. You're mine. I'm ready. Far enough. Strike. Slack. How about take this? In a bind. No escape.
Here's a healing arc.
Dragon.
Their arcs were interrupted.
I'm not done. Strike. This one's all mine.
Here.
It's open.
Primed and ready. First aid.
Burn in hell.
Water. Here my that'll bring you down.
Take this. Strike.
Lunar
Dragon
collection.
Swarm. Demon Fang.
Tie it up.
I can carve through
I
walls.
don't even know the word defeat. Go for it. Prepare to
Finish the doggo.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Heavy treat. Hello.
Brace yourself. This one's tough. Try harder. My turn. My turn. Leave the target to me. Damn it. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! Water, hear my call!
I'm not
Inferno
done.
crossing!
Swallow
Red! Down! You're all right!
Dragon Swarm.
This one's mine!
Take this!
Flash,
Dragon
make it
Swarm.
rain!
Demon's Descent.
Flashing Fang!
My turn.
Hurricane Splash!
Lightning orb.
Let me help! Ready and ready!
Will this work?
Try harder. You're mine. I'm not done. Dragon Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it.
Yeah! Nice technique!
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Take this.
Glacial Fire!
Ha! Not today. Still.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Not a chance. Ha!
I think I'm getting stronger.
I don't remember what level those were in. Those red women were in the original fight. But I feel they are same level. But I think because they shared the life pool.
Slog with this one!
This one's mine.
Far enough! Here, let me help! Save you!
Why are you human?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Swallow blade.
Radiant mine. Not in your dreams.
It's over.
Air throbs in pain.
No escape.
Raging healing
Tiger Blade!
in here.
I'll stop it charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Dragon
Lightning orb.
Swarm.
Lightning condensed.
Glacial Fire!
Illuminated dark. Come forth, holy glimmer.
Dragon Swarm.
Holy land.
I'm not done.
Chain between heaven and earth. Glacial spear.
Here's my wing! Carve through armor! Flag assault!
Take this.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Do it.
Take this. I'm not this one's all mine.
Strike!
Not today.
Winds are ready to go.
You're mine. Swallow blade.
Round
No
and
escape.
hero!
Swallow blade.
Dance in the wind. It looks like you got the trick. Mind if I do?
You're mine!
We're taking too many hits!
What my art can do.
Take
Rise
it!
and shine!
Not today!
You could use a hand.
Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art.
You're mine!
In a bind?
Hurricane corruption!
Dragon Swarm!
I can't heal you forever! I'm ready to go!
Lightning Thrust!
Flame of Fury! Burning Thrust! Hear my
Ba-bum. Ba-bum.
Anything in armor is all mine! Armor won't save you!
This one's all mine!
Need to pull myself together.
Here, make it rain!
Pull myself together.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
There you go.
I still got a ways to go!
There's something here. Thorns. Can I? No? Need more CP. More CP. Lucky Bangle.
We got some... Good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
I came there. Okay, this way.
Hey, what do you say we fight?
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
Take this! Escape! Dragon Swarm! Try harder! Not again! Now! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Try harder! Now! Eat dirt!
Now or never.
Get through!
Take this!
Slash!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
No. Over to it more. Do it more. Do it more. Do it more. Over to it. Overachieve.
Not today! Dragon Swarm!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Good to know. My training is paying off. What's with that shining foe over there?
Let's beat that shining wolf.
I can carve through all!
Come and face me!
Confiscated! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to
Dragon Swarm! You got fire!
I've got it! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! Here I come! Swallow Blade! I'm not done! Swallow Blade!
Do you require a hand?
Take this!
Can't get out of this!
Eat dirt!
Swallow Blade!
This one's mine!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning condemned! Searing
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the dark! Blah, blah, blah!
Swallow Blade!
Holy Land! Corruption!
Ready
and Lunar Blast! Ground and Pearl!
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation!
Now you see what I can do!
Swallow Blade!
Go
Win!
Malevolent!
I'm not
prepared to be seen. Take this!
Dance in the wind! Meteor!
Swallow Blade!
A whirling struggle! Ground and Pearl!
All yours, Kisara!
more!
Lightning!
My turn! No escape! Flower blade!
Do it!
Floor!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Anything in armor is all mine!
No escape!
There you go.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Bum, bum, bum. This way.
Don't get careless.
Lastly, it's one at a time.
I never miss. Careful! Blizzard blow!
Their arcs were interrupted.
Ignite! Take this! Slash! Dragon Swarm! No further! You're finished! Try harder! My turn! I'm not done! Win! I have no limit!
Into the shadows!
Here I come! Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! You're mine! Ready to go!
Lightning!
Dragon Swarm!
Inferno Crusher!
This one's Dragon Swarm! Try harder! Not
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Inferno Crossing! Take this! I'm not pissed off! Burn!
This one's mine!
Slash!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malika!
Here's a healing arc!
Now or never!
First aid!
Now where was I?
That'll bring you down! Burning strike! Purge Malika! Here
Ow! Ow!
Keep charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Just, I can't hold on much longer!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Inferno!
Hey, try harder! The flame inside me yearns to be
Now
free!
you've gone and ticked me off.
Not a chance!
Get out of here together!
Burn in hell!
I let my guard down.
Stay away from my friend!
Alright, it's go time! Hear my call!
I'm not...
In a bind?
Ready to win!
Ow!
A wailing band of what? Sleep now. Get out of here with the others. Won't lose. Not in your dreams. Radiant Peter.
Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call. Let's go.
Try harder! Now!
In the sky is mine.
I'm not done!
That'll bring you down.
Dragon Stick! I'm not done!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
No complaints here!
Leave the charge
You're mine!
Far enough.
I'm not done! Kisara! Commander
There you go.
Phoenix Cyclone!
I can feel my power growing!
Next to you. Polo
This
controls.
one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Take this!
No further!
Hurricane strike! Radiant here!
Dragon
Blizzard
Swarm!
blow! Come forth!
Slash!
Lunar eruption! Only
Take this!
lunar blast!
Strike! Swallow blade!
Lightning wailing
I'm not
band
done!
hurricane strike!
Slash! Dragon Swarm!
Divine seed dance in the wind!
You're mine!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Lunar eruption!
Save you!
Here goes! Watch them weep! Hurricane strike!
Feast the strike!
Not in your dreams!
This one's all mine!
All disasters may
Not
one.
today!
Come forth, the healing
Take this!
security! You too.
Where are you going? Now I can let loose. Slash! Inferno Cross! Here I come! Dragon Form!
In a bind?
Lightning! Hurricane of Fire! Look sharp! Slash! Dragon Form! Flaming Meteor! Now you see what I can do! Gemini Aqua! Dragon Form! This one's all mine! Not today!
Inferno Crossing! This one's mine!
A wailing Banshee of Lightning! Dragon Form! Burning Divine! It's over! Air Dragon Soul! Try harder! Not a chance! Amazing! I'm not... It's over!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one out then.
And miss all the fun. No way.
Coming through!
Attack!
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
In a bind?
Dragon Form!
Armor won't save you!
Water!
Here is ready to go. Spread. Confiscated.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Rise and shine.
Ignite!
This one's
Here I
mine!
come!
Lightning
Dragon
Descent.
Form!
Switch your offense.
Get through!
Flaming Meteor! Where are you going?
A wailing Banshee of Lightning.
Flaming
Roar!
Mega Ray.
Take this! Tear!
Sleep now.
Hurricane Thrust!
Get on in there
Tear!
together.
Hurricane Thrust!
Power of flame. Hurricane with a lightning orb.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Raging Cascade.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Tiger Blade! This!
There you go. Don't let up.
Through armor!
Swallow Fear. Here's the evil.
It's
One more time.
You can draw Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Yes.
I feel sprightlier than before.
Dragon blood. Interesting. No, this way. Yes, that way. So we need to go that way. Rare
I found
blade.
some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
It's over!
Denied!
Take this!
Inferno Crossing! This one's mine!
It's over!
Confiscated.
Water!
Here I come!
Lightning
Dragon
Descent.
Form!
Thunder Hammy. Flame of Fury. Covenanter. Strike.
Going in!
Now you see
A
what I can
wailing
do!
Banshee of Lightning.
Here I come!
Where are you going?
You escape! Not today!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
I'll heal you all.
I'm nearly done for.
Ow!
Dance in the wind.
Can't get out of this!
Lightning Covenanter.
Swallow Blade!
A wailing Banshee of Lightning. By the power of
Take this!
flame. Divine Savior.
I'll take you all on!
Go Kisana!
Flare to Malisa! Flaming Meteor! Inferno Crossing!
Dragon Form! It's over! Swallow Blade!
Ready and raring!
Take this! Swallow Blade! It's on!
Celestial Hammer.
Not today!
Flaming Meteor!
Take this! Dragon Form!
Shield
Swallow Blade!
Dream.
You're mine!
Raging Storm.
assist!
My astral lightning cadet! Illuminate the magic advance!
Dragon Form! Lightning strike! Shattering the lunar
healing arm!
Appreciate the help! Take this! Armor won't save you!
Hurricane strike!
Dragon Form! Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right at Rena in no time. Hurricane strike! Steering
Dragon Form!
Lunar arc!
Try harder! My turn! I have no limits!
Hear me! Flame of Arc field!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Make it rain! Frozen!
Hammer!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Hopefully a little bit. Or until I got more items.
Gotta break through! Hurricane Flow! This one's all mine! Easter!
Just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
It's over!
Holy glimmer! I never miss! Holy land! Let's keep up the pressure!
You're mine!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Dragon Form!
I'm ready.
I'm nearly done for.
Piercing roar. Far enough.
Blue escape! Dragon Form!
Thanks, Shion.
Blue escape!
Now we're not.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher! This one's mine.
Take this!
Huh. Huh.
The flames will
Ah! Burn it!
Ready and rare. Field. Hurricane. Always saving this way.
Lightning strike.
The water. Blah, blah, blah. Going here.
Now you see what I can do! Blue escape!
Let me help. Hurricane.
Any more of this and I'll burn out! Dragon Form!
Switch to offense.
Blue escape! Hurricane Thrust! It's over!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Where are you going?
Robs me pain.
Lightning here. Let me help.
Further!
More with that heat. Hurricane.
Shattering the pieces!
Pierce evil. Outstanding form.
Portal Blade! Try harder! My turn!
Leave the chargers to me.
Here's a wind container.
Dragon Form!
A wailing empty of lightning. Pierce evil. Hurricane. Freeze lancer.
This one's all mine! Easter! Here I come!
Shining supernova. Radiant
Dragon
the
Form!
power of flame.
Dazzle!
Finish without a
You're
trace.
mine!
Chain between heaven and earth.
Miranda!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Strike!
Hurricane.
Dragon Form!
Shattering.
Too much!
Now we're never.
Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Guardian field.
I can carve through armor!
Ready to take it rain.
Frozen.
Hammer.
I'm finished.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I got new materials. This way, yes, this way. There's something here. Hello.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Don't ever say that out loud. Don't you ever watch Star Wars?
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Not today!
This one's mine.
Blue escape!
Raging Filling. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action!
Raging
Now! Take this! I'm not done! Mirage! Pierce through!
This one's
Take
mine.
this!
A whirling circle.
I'm not done! Swallow blade! You're finished! Dragon swarm!
Take this.
Armor won't save you! Burn in hell!
Make it rain. Lock. Get toasty.
Burn strike! Now! This one!
Raging sword.
Here I come!
That'll bring you down. Here's a healing art.
Take this!
A whirling circle.
Dragon swarm!
Winds of heaven.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flares of Malisa!
In a bind!
Shield and
Here, let me help.
Dragon swarm! Alright, swallow blade! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look desperate.
Lunar arc!
I can do this all day.
Look sharp! Blue escape! Now I can let loose!
I don't know why I do it that way.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Dragon swarm! Swallow blade! Someone win!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Now we're never...
This one's mine.
Piercing roar! You picked the wrong
A
fight!
whirling struggle.
Take
Here's a
this!
healing art.
Blue
Winds of
escape!
heaven.
I can carve through armor!
My head. I'll take you all on! Ha! Flares of Malisa!
In a bind! Dragon swarm!
Lightning meteor!
Dragon swarm! Blue escape!
Lightning strike!
Burn! Here I come! Swallow blade!
Far enough!
I'm not done! I can carve through armor! You're finished!
Tiger blade! Piercing roar!
Take this!
Not in your dreams.
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Elemental kick.
Looks like some
Not you. You? Yes.
solid equipment.
It's funny that upgrades, except weapons, I found in all dungeons.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Flash! I'll take you all off!
On guard! Going in!
I'm not done! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Piercing
This
roar!
one's mine. Raging
Ignite!
Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Armor won't save you!
Dance in the wind.
Slash!
Healing air.
Dragon!
Make it rain!
Don't leave.
Light burst You picked the wrong fight! Here goes! Take this! I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
Coming through!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Radiant Heart! Seal!
Lightning strike! I can carve through armor! Take this!
Radiant Pierce!
Here I come! Take this!
Burning Meteor!
Try harder! Now! You're mine!
Inferno Blade!
Alright! Strike!
Where are you going?
Get the flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Carve now through
Eat dirt!
Watch and switch to
Take this!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Take it! Got
Take this!
Mega Ray! Oh,
Ruin gate! Dragon Swarm!
It looks like you got
Try
this
harder!
covered! Burning Strike!
Not a chance! My turn!
Leave the choices to me!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll cover you!
Take this! I'll smash you!
Appreciate the help!
Dragon Swarm!
More action! Gemini Ultra! Here's a healing art up!
You're mine!
Ground and pound! Sleep now!
Prepare to be sneezed!
Corruption!
Can't get out of this!
Piercing roar!
This one's all mine! Ha! You picked the wrong fight!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Not on my watch!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing art!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
These bad guys really don't mess around.
No, Alphen is leader, of course. Usually that happens before boss room. So.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danon, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
I will be right back. Can I do anything in here? Do you have anything? Defense. There you go. There you go. Ground dasher. And don't damage, no.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all
Let's
this
go.
blubbering?
Can't attack anything else.
No ordinary suit. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Let the marksman handle this.
Save you!
Shield, I'll bring you down.
Strike! Dragon form!
This far enough. This one's mine.
This
You're
works.
mine!
Hear me. Flame of
Strike!
fury.
His head is its weak point?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Throbbing in pain.
Illuminate the
No
dark.
escape!
Going
Take
in.
this!
Glimmer. What would I do
Aha.
without holy pain between heaven and earth?
Perhaps now isn't the time.
I really don't.
I can
Carve through armor!
Glacial spear. Pierce the evil.
I'm not done!
My head's spinning just watching you.
Here's the hurricane flight.
Look sharp.
Not a chance!
Hurricane
No escape! Dragon
Show
form!
you what my art can do.
It's over!
Lunar arc.
Strike! Swallow blade!
Going in.
In a vine?
Struggle. Into the shadows. Winds of heaven.
Bring you down.
Strike.
Burn!
Denied.
Take this!
Lightning orb.
Now you see what I can do!
Annihilation.
This one's mine.
Radiant blood. Here.
Let's keep up the pressure.
Swallow light.
I'm not done! Dragon form!
Illuminate the dark.
Swallow blade!
Come forth, holy glimmer. Explosion. Holy ramming. Flame of
It's
fury.
on!
Burning water. Hear my hurricane strike. Flood.
Down.
My turn! You're mine! Burn! You're mine!
Tempest assault.
You require a hand.
Confiscated.
Hurricane
Smash you!
Healing circle. Blizzard
No
blow.
escape! It's over!
Standing form. Arctic water ball. Free
Lightning
fire
thrust.
without a
It's
trace in
over.
the wind.
Hurricane thrust!
This one's mine. Now you've gone and ticked me off! Flaming meteor! Inferno crossing! Healing power!
Now you see what I can...
Why'd you human?
To stop you dying?
It looks like you got this one covered.
Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind!
Slash! Swallow Blade!
Hurricane Explosion!
Severing Wind! Take this! I'm not done!
Glacial Wind! Inferno crossing! Freeze laser! Between heaven and earth! A wailing bandit!
Tulee!
I'm going to need to use all the power of your mind if I do accomplish this.
Burn in hell! You're mine!
Alright, let me at it!
Do it! Dance in the wind!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing bandit of lightning!
Dragon Swarm!
Divine Savior! Dance in the wind! Glacial Fire!
Dragon Swarm!
Blind Flash! Water, hear my call! Fire! Nothing can... There you go!
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Now! You're mine!
That'll bring you down!
Mirage! The
Denied.
flame inside me!
Here, let
The
me out
enemy is going all out!
Burn in hell!
Feast of thought!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Here goes! Anything in armor
A
is all
wailing
mine!
bandit of lightning!
Armor won't save you!
Inferno
I'll
crossing!
heal you
Hurricane
all!
Thrust!
Divine Savior! Dance in the wind!
Hurricane Thrust!
Healing circle!
Try harder! Not a chance! No escape!
Can't get out of this!
Dance in the
No
wind!
escape! Try harder! Now!
Expert, cover fire!
Hurricane strike!
Try harder! My turn!
Evil!
Going in!
Freeze laser! Dance in the wind!
Inferno crossing!
You're finished!
By the power of
Dragon
flame!
Swarm!
Finish without a Tempest Swirl!
Going in!
Here's another! One more!
This one's mine!
It's over!
It's about to strike!
Dragon Swarm! Look sharp, everyone!
Here's evil! Holy
Blade! Burn in hell!
Far enough!
Freeze
Take
laser!
this! Fly!
I'll heal you all! Let the marksman handle it!
Try harder! My turn!
I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing bandit of lightning!
No further!
Lunar corruption!
Hurricane Thrust!
By the power of water!
Hurricane Thrust!
By the power of
Mirage!
energy! Finish without a
Try
strike!
harder! You're mine!
I'm going to use all the
Anything in
power of my
armor is
healing
all
arts to
mine.
accomplish this.
Swallow Blade! Burn in hell!
My
No
astral
escape!
energy!
Slash! Dragon Swarm!
This one is almost in the bag.
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best. Illuminate the dark!
Hurricane Thrust!
Holy Land!
Hurricane Thrust! You're mine! No escape!
A wailing bandit of lightning!
Inferno crossing!
You're mine!
In a bind?
Anything in armor is all mine!
Reload!
Inferno crossing! Eat dirt!
Take this! Eat dirt!
Where are you going?
Flaming meteor!
Lunar corruption!
Carve through armor!
Inferno crossing!
Here I come! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
Water! Hear my call!
Hurricane Thrust!
Hurricane strike!
I'm not done!
In here! I'll be
Here I
saving
come!
three! Illuminate the dark!
You're on!
Piercing
Holy
roll!
Land! I can do this all day!
Hurricane Thrust!
Flaming meteor!
Hurricane Thrust! Not a chance! Hurricane
You make
Thrust!
it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, That enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
Level up.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting. But I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
Pineapple shell. Something we actually need. Excuse me.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Surface. So it's this lawn. But I will play as long as I can. I should have
I guess
done.
this is the flip side of that path.
Yes, I can.
Pathway we were.
I'm always checking can I use quick travel, then I say.
Walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Baron...
Hello, Astral Doubt.
I have a bad feeling about this.
No further! Amazing. Glacial spear. Here's evil lightning. The pain between heaven and earth. A whirling Banshee of lightning. All the power of my healing arts to accomplish it. A
I never miss! Anything in armor is all mine!
Not a
Going
chance.
in there with the others.
This one's all mine.
It's weakened!
This ends.
I'll take you all on!
Kisara, will you? Thank you.
Flare the Malisa!
Take this. Burn. You're mine. Swallow blade. I'm not done. I'm not done.
You require a hand.
Take this. My turn.
Aw, you guys come over!
Here I go. In here.
Slash. Dragon
Mega
Sword.
Ray.
You're finished.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Dragon Sword. Coming through.
Coming through.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
A whirling struggle.
Now see what I can do.
Winds of heaven. Hold on to your arm. Here I come.
Take this. This one's all mine.
Now you've got to pick me off!
You picked the wrong fight. Take this. I'm not
Where
done.
are you going?
In here.
Flaming meteor!
Mirage.
Into the sword! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here's a healer.
How about this?
Burn
Burn up!
Okay.
A banana. Let's go.
I taken too many hits! Shield
Take this.
Shattering the guardian!
Ow, ow, ow.
Raging storm. Celestial hammer.
Here I come.
Got it.
Dragon Sword.
Now's our chance.
See what I can do.
Do it.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
There you go.
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
Alright, cell. No. Let's use Python cell. Just this once.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's great spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's great spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's great spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renasalma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renas Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
If that ever happens.
We see.
So same route.
Seem to have come across something a little unusual.
As before, okay.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Get behind me! Burn! Hurricane! Here! Flush! Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. You're mine! We got fire!
I've got this. Let him marksman lead the enemy's arc to me.
All yours!
No complaints here.
This one's all mine!
One more time.
Coming through! Ha!
Coming through.
Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you down.
Crush!
I never miss.
You're mine! Swallow Blade!
Where are you going? Now.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
I'm not done!
Make it rain. Very well. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Like the flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ignite! Here I come!
Make it rain. Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Am I on a roll or what?
There's items. Can I collect them? Yes, I can. Thank you. Pineapple shell. Nice. Astral laments.
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
Far enough.
I can carve through armor.
Here
No
goes.
escape!
Don't mind if I do. It's a duel of the arts.
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Not on my watch. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Aspen.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Burn! Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Ow, ow, ow.
Water, astral energy, full throttle. I'll bring you back sometime. I never miss.
noticed.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Will this help?
Not a chance. It's go time.
Healing circle!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention
What I can
I'm
do.
glad to know someone's got it.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Over 4 hours. Yikes.
see it.
Failing him.
This might.
No. No. Bum 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 bum. What was it failing?
Be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Because Shion uses healing arts very often.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Their arms were interrupted. Look sharp. I'll take the brunt of his hit.
Throbs in pain.
No further.
Go for the weak point.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for.
Not today.
Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Swallow blade.
Not on my watch.
Amazing.
Now you see what I can do.
Wind of heaven.
Slice. Swallow blade.
Healing circle. Cyclone. I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. I'm all stuck up. In here.
Here I come. Try my turn.
If it's in the sky, it's
I'm not
mine.
done. Mirage. Here I come. Slice. Coming through.
An attack.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Lightning. Far beyond the darkest sky.
Here I come. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Shattering the pieces. Attack time.
Healing circle.
You're mine.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll be back.
I'll smash you.
Glacial spear. Here's Eagle Field. I'll be saving this one.
Dragon War.
All disaster made hurricane. The helix of purity. Not a
Dragon War. Try harder. Not a chance. Strike.
Supernova. Not on my watch.
It's over. You're mine. This one's all mine. Coming through.
Coming through.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Illuminate the tunnel.
Not today.
Far enough. Holy land.
Look
Stop between heaven and earth.
Can't get out of this.
Away from the lightning.
It's go time. Hurricane. Tear. Hurricane thrust.
Savior. A whirling Inferno cross.
The armor won't save you.
Going in.
You're mine. I'm not done. Demon Fang.
Hurricane strike. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Lightning strike.
Hurricane thrust. It's time.
Piercing roar.
Tear. Devastation. Not today.
Blood soul. Get out
Mirage.
there with the
Dragon
answer.
Swarm.
Now.
Jump.
This ends.
And finish.
Consider yourself finished.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy.
Up.
Go no further.
This is a little different.
Strike.
I never miss. Lightning strike.
It's go time. Let's try. Dragon armor won't save you.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Molotov!
Can't get out of this. I'm not done. My turn! I'm not done! Dragon War! My turn! Not a chance! My turn!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that. Here, let me help.
Dragon War!
Nothing gets by
No
me!
further! Strike!
A whirling struggle. Here, let me help. First aid.
Far enough!
Lightning.
Hold nothing back!
Nothing back.
Coming through!
And finish.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Frozen.
Hammer!
Yes.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's... the case.
This way, yes.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. I never miss. Let the marksman handle it. Confiscated. Into the shadows.
Airborne beast! My perfect! Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around.
The blind freak!
If they just sit still!
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Armor won't save you!
No escape!
Far enough!
You require a hand.
No further!
Now,
River!
astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
No escape!
By the power of flame. Let me
Take it!
show you what my art can do.
Dragon Storm!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my will. Raging cascade.
It's on! Burn in hell!
Field. I'll be saving now. Astral energy. Full throttle.
My turn! I'm not done! Mirage! Lightning thrust! Mirage!
Raging storm.
Win!
Now.
Sia!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Finished.
I've still got a ways to go!
Let's dispose of the trash. Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Here I come. Here goes.
No escape!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Molotov!
If it's in
This
the sky,
one's
it's mine. Raging cascade. This one's mine.
Take this!
Sleep now.
Leave the charges to me!
This is like
I'm not done!
water.
Burn in hell!
On guard!
Searing flame.
You're mine!
In here!
No further! Look strike!
Lightning.
Swallow blade!
Flaming meteor!
I'm going to use a chain between heaven and earth.
Ready and ready! Look sharp!
A wailing dancing lightning.
Hold nothing back!
Refocus.
This one's mine!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging I'm going to need to use
You're
all the
mine!
power
Armor
of
won't save you!
No escape!
It looks like you got this all covered.
Take it! Swallow blade!
Inferno crossing! Oh, dude,
We are full energy.
here! Let me help!
No escape!
Now or never.
Flame of fury.
Not a chance!
Burning
Here I come! Swallow blade! This one's all mine! Swallow blade! Ah! Burn in hell!
I don't feel like my usual self. You alright? Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
No escape! Dragon Swarm!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
It's over!
Armor won't save you!
I'll bring you back
Take
from
this!
death's abyss.
Dragon
This
Swarm!
one's mine! Denied!
Swallow blade! Go in! No escape! The tiger blade! Try harder! My turn! Inferno take it! Swallow blade! Try harder! Now! You're mine!
By the power of flame! Finish without a trace!
I don't have much left.
You'll pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
This one's all mine! Ignite!
Resuscitation!
You're mine!
This one's
Swallow
mine!
blade!
I've still got the
Prepare to be sealed! In a vine!
Healing circle!
I'm ready for!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malika!
Got you! Crescent
Take
moon!
this!
Mega ray!
Armor won't save you.
Hurricane strike! Mega ray! Lightning strike!
Now! Dueling!
And finish!
Impact block!
I don't think I'm going to be able to do any more healing for now.
Hello.
Gotta break through! Take this! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! I'm not done!
I don't even know the word
Nothing
defeat.
gets past my shield.
Dragon Swarm! Eat this! You're mine! What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alpha. We'll take point here.
Thanks. What do you impose on me?
Let me help, Ken.
Tiger blade.
This one's mine!
You're mine!
Inferno
Dragon
crossing.
Swarm!
Oh, violent guardian wind!
Fear, blood,
Fantastic. Now my clothes are ruined. Now you see what I can do. Right up. I owe you one of
Not
that.
done yet!
Not on my watch!
Burn! I'm not done! Flash! Dragon Swarm!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
I'll heal
My
you
turn.
all! Sealed!
Strike!
Healing circle!
It's over!
In a vine.
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning strike.
You're mine!
Strike! I'll heal you all!
Swallow blade! Try harder! Here I come!
Aw, two tries.
Dragon
Here,
Swarm!
let me help.
Pull myself together!
Ignite! Take this!
Lightning meteor.
I'm not done!
Take this.
Illuminate the
Solar
earth!
won't save you.
Holy
It's
glitter!
over! Dragon Swarm!
A chain between heaven and earth! I don't even know the word defeat!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
Aw, too shiny.
I'm not done!
Here, let me help.
Dragon Swarm! Why'd you heal me?
To stop you drowning?
Lightning strike.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Now or never. Take this.
Not today! Dragon Swarm! You escape! It's over!
I do! Annihilation!
Smash you!
By the violent darting wind! Carve out!
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Between heaven and earth!
It's too much! Dragon Swarm!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Swallow blade!
Nothing gets by
You don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome.
Eat dirt!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malika.
Here's our healing arm.
You're mine! I owe you one!
Blade.
There you go.
The pole.
You're mine!
Now or never. Take this.
No escape!
Swallow blade.
You pay for that!
Tiger blade. Now you see what I can do. Hurricane.
Die, die, die!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Swarm! I'm not done!
Round and
Swallow
time.
blade!
I'm ready. That's gonna smart. That'll bring you down. Burning
wire ahead.
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray!
I'm not done! Swallow Blade!
Switch to offense! Lightning Meteor! Inferno Punch!
You're mine!
Is there anyone else? No. You're only one. Good.
Yours to be let free! Win!
Glacial Spear!
Take
Pierce
this!
Evil! Illuminate the
I'm not
dark!
done!
Come forward! Outstanding form! Glacial Holy Land! Chain
I'm
between
not
heaven
done!
and earth!
Shattering!
Pieces! They're not playing around! Mega Ray!
Piercing Roar! Slash!
Gemini Aqua! Savior!
Here I come!
Leave the charges to me!
Dragon Swarm!
Far enough! Let them
Escape!
rock your head!
Swallow Blade!
Where are you going?
Eat dirt!
Dragon Swarm!
Here I come!
Lightning Meteor!
Dragon Swarm! Try harder!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my calling arts to accomplish this.
Dragon Swarm!
I can't hold on much longer.
Coming through!
Finish.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Prepare to be sealed.
Mega Ray! Illuminate!
Take
Hang
You're mine!
A chain between heaven and earth. Radiant
Pierce through! Be still!
Mega Ray! Lightning frozen!
Hammer!
We can
Oof.
really make weapons with this?
Mystic Crest.
Looks like some...
It was Mystic Crest. Casting time.
Solid equipment.
So now we can go here. Oh, you know what I mean. I need to get more items.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Armor won't save you! Can't get out of this!
Come one, come all!
Here goes!
That one.
But they're fixing. Here, let me help.
You're mine! Right inside me! Yours to be let free!
Magic is hand.
Now! Time to let it rip! Dragon Swarm! Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm
You're
going to
mine!
need to use all
I'm
the
not
power
done!
of my healing arts to
Oh,
accomplish this.
Dragon Swarm!
Let the marksman handle
Take
this.
this!
I never miss. Go
Blue
ahead.
escape!
Winds of God. Mega Red. Lost. Get toasty.
Bird strike! My turn!
Glacial Spear. Pierce
Blue
Evil.
escape!
Steel Force.
Dragon Swarm!
Magic Freeze Lancer.
Win! Take this!
Holy Land.
Mirage!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Not in your dreams.
Take off. This one will
Save you! It's on! Ha! Burn in hell!
Here goes.
Now. Astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Naturally.
One's mine.
Dragon Swarm!
By the power of wind.
Swallow Blade!
So tired. All that running around was catching up with you.
Take
No,
this!
I don't think that's it.
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane corrections. Winds of heaven.
Wind! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. A whirling
My
circle.
turn!
A
Blue escape!
winds of heaven.
Lunar
Reverse.
Dragon Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Eon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
My hit time!
Good shot!
I'm not done! Eat dirt!
All disasters!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine! Here! Do it!
Swallow Blade!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Oof. How much CP?
That was a little close for comfort.
I have enough. Aha! Enemies.
Go no further!
Take this!
Where are you going? If it's in the sky, it's
You're mine!
I never miss!
Swallow Blade!
I'm not so good with airborne targets. Our next trip have you
Now I see what I can do!
I've got plenty to go
Got
around.
fire!
I've got this! Let him march in his hand.
All yours!
A wailing bounty of lightning!
I.
This will come in handy.
Here I come!
All disasters
More?
save one. Top field. Security.
No escape!
Not on my watch.
Far enough! Try not again! Crush!
This one's mine.
Mirage! Dragon Swarm!
All right.
You're mine!
That'll bring you down.
Take this!
Holy Lord, lightning! A chain between
Dragon
heaven and
Swarm!
earth.
Can't get out of
This
this!
lightning!
Swallow Blade! This one's all mine!
The
enemy heals hard too.
We'll soon see
Turn the
about
tables
that.
on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Attack!
Go for it! Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc. This one's mine. Rain down and
Ignite!
Glacial spear. Piercing now.
Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem.
I'll smash you! It's over! Dragon Swarm!
Thanks for the healing. Watch your neck, okay? Yeah,
This one.
you too. Far enough. Lunar correction far beyond the
Here I
darkest
come!
sky.
Going in! Dragon Swarm! Here I come! It's over! More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down. This one's mine.
Can't get out of this!
This one's mine.
You picked the wrong fight!
Annihilation.
You're mine!
Primed and ready.
You've got pretty impressive aim there. Thought of taking up the rifle yourself?
Dueling. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action! Now! Take this!
Hurricane strike. Where are you going? I'm ready.
Mirage!
Lightning.
Burn in hell!
Radiant thunder.
Come on!
Chain between
Swallow
heaven and
Blade!
earth. That'll bring you down.
Dragon
Do
Swarm!
it. Pretty well. Frozen.
Hammer!
Nicely.
Now! Take this!
Spirit flame.
Dragon Swarm!
Far enough. Who's glacial spear? Just spicier than you look.
Can't change the future without getting your hands dirty.
Dramatic, but fair.
Take this! No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Don't mind if I do. Take it.
No escape!
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! More?
Make it rain.
Here I come!
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble! Now! Here I come! It's time!
Down and pierce.
Can't get out of this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'm gone! You're mine!
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Annihilation.
Dragon Swarm!
Where are you going? Do it.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! More? You're mine! Mirage! Dragon
Bring you
Swarm!
down. This one's now.
Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. Holy land! Make it rain! Go for it! Prepare to crumble.
I feel sprightlier than
And
before.
level up. There is something here. Something small, yes. Elixir, nice.
Gotta break through. Take this.
Going in.
Far enough. Burn. I'll smash you. You're mine.
This one's mine.
Healing circle!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Burning. This one's mine.
Here I come. Swallow blade.
Everyone,
This
get
one
back!
keeps charging
Too
us.
dangerous!
That's what my shield
Time
is
to
for.
let it rip.
Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Coming through.
Attack! Attack, attack, attack!
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Hurricane thrust. Tear. Hurricane thrust. Tear. Stop.
Piercing wall. Will this help?
Ow, ow, ow!
Illuminate this magic is there.
You picked the wrong fight.
Healing circle. Tiger
Here I
blade.
come.
Between heaven and earth.
Dragon swarm.
Lunar corral. Wailing Deadly lightning. Look out.
Ow!
Now you see what I can do!
Lightning. Alright, flame.
Take this.
Far beyond the darkest sky.
Swallow blade.
Ultimate
Do
radio.
without pain.
Explosion.
Now time to let it rip.
Shooting here. Burning here.
Coming through.
And attack!
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Let me show you what my
This
art
one's
is.
mine.
I'll heal you.
Can't get out of this!
It's on. Any more of this and I'll burn out. I owe you one.
And just like that, I'm back in. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Here I go.
Ready and wet.
There you go. Don't let up. Here, let me help.
You.
Get on here. First aid.
Water.
Here I go. Trouble.
I'll take you all on.
Bisa lang to.
Flares and Malisa. Hurricane strike.
I'll heal you. Mental energy. Magic is out.
Here, let me help.
Freeze Lancer. You get the gist
Hurricane
of it. I'll sleep now.
Meteor.
Hurricane thrust.
Healing circle. Now.
Johalim.
All yours, Kisara!
Not a chance. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Take this!
Here. Gemini.
I'm not done.
Can't get out of this!
Not in your dreams.
Now.
Raging storm.
I'm not done. Swallow blade.
Ready and rip! I can carve through armor!
Lunar correction.
Strike.
Amazing.
Swallow blade.
Tiger blade. Celestial runner.
It's over.
Razor cyclone.
Dragon swarm. Coming through.
Coming through.
Now. Scarlet Inferno. Demon Blade.
Inferno crossing. I never miss.
Dragon swarm.
Chain between heaven and earth. Glacial
Here I
Healing
go.
Celestial
You're
lightning.
mine. Ignite.
Tiger blade.
Dragon swarm.
I'm gone.
Here I come.
To stop you dying?
Inferno, let's keep up the pressure.
Raging cascade! Annihilation!
Now you see what I can do!
Sleep now!
Pineapple.
The enemy is going all out!
You're mine! Dragon Claw!
In here!
I'm not done! It's over!
Rain down in pure fire!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Not in your dreams!
Ignite!
Tiger Blade! Light astral energy! Banana, let's go!
Here I come!
Healing
Solar Blade!
Appreciate the help! By the magic
Dragon Swarm! Demon Fang!
Shattering the
Attack!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Lunar corruption! Oh, sparkling
Take
fire
this!
power! Rain down I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Going in!
In here!
Dragon Swarm!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Huh.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
So this is bonus area. Yes.
No choice!
Where are you going? Going in! Let the marksman handle this!
I'm not done!
Where are you going? Eliminate the dark! Come on! Slither!
Far enough! Burn! You got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it! A wailing banshee of
All
lightning!
yours!
Divine savior!
I'll take you all on!
Here!
Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Johalim!
All yours, Kisara! Now! Take this!
Going in!
No
I'll
escape!
heal you all!
I can carve through armor! I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Okay, here I go! Mirage! Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade!
Where are you going?
Swallow Blade! Wind!
Do it! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory.
Here I come!
Naturally.
Dragon Swarm! Not to the... Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
And finished.
That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
And burn this. Stamina in.
And thus our strength yet grows.
I actually need a teleport point. Astral isolation.
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt. Pierce evil! Igneous, destruct! Swallow, let's keep up the pressure!
You're finished!
How about this?
Take this!
Raging Dragon Form! A chain between Superstar! Round and away! The enlightened
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! No escape! Eat dirt!
You're mine! Far enough! It looks like you got here it goes!
Dragon Form!
Not in your dreams!
Now you see what I
Leave the
can
enemy's
do!
arch to me!
No complaints here! Hurricane Thrust!
In here!
Hurricane Thrust!
Let's get going! Vanish with the far beyond the darkest skies!
You're
I
mine!
call the sea! Explosion!
I'm hurt bad.
Burning strike! Water, hear my call! Winds of heaven fulfill!
Hold nothing back!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Huh.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
Actually, I need a place to teleport so I can go to some shopping. The back has something. Yeah! Crystallis fragment. Crystallis fragment.
Man, I'm famished.
Oh, here. Let's pick this one too. Astral Sword. Times 4.
Take this! Burn in hell!
That'll bring you down!
Don't worry, I've got plenty to go
This is
around.
bad, right?
Yes, Alvin! Very bad!
I don't feel so good.
Far enough!
An astral arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! No escape! Portal blade! Dragon Swarm!
Magic is there!
I'm not done! Slash!
You.
Don't mind if I do!
Burn in hell! Dragon Swarm!
Let's go!
You're mine!
Now or never.
Going in!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Where are you going? In here! This'll come in handy!
Dragon Swarm!
Can't get out of this!
Rain down and
Dragon Swarm!
by the power of
Swallow
flame!
blade!
Vanish
Wind!
now! Zolim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
I'll pick you up between
My
heaven
turn.
and earth!
No escape! Swallow blade!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
You're mine! Burn in hell!
Now!
Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Not a chance!
Nothing gets by me.
Winds of heaven!
Make it rain!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end
beside you.
I felt better. That's for sure.
Now to beat up you.
We're in for a long slog with this one. I never miss. Here, let me help. Magic is
Coming through! Ha! Now!
Coming through.
Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Look shot!
Radiant Roar! Not on my watch! Lion Shadow! Their arms are interrupted.
Take this! No escape!
Now you see what I can do!
It's on!
In a bind?
Swallow!
Glacial Party!
Take this!
Annihilation! A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing energy of lightning.
Black! Dragon Swarm! No escape! Dragon Swarm!
Explosion! Air thrust!
Crush!
Flame of fury! Burning! Piercing the lightning!
Hurricane Strike!
Magic!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Anything in armor is all mine!
By the power of
Going in! Finish the I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malisa!
Illuminating Piercing! Holy Land!
I'm nearly done for.
A wailing energy of
In a
lightning!
bind?
Beast Assault!
Dragon Swarm!
Blah blah blah!
Demon Pact!
Going in!
It's over! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for!
This one's mine!
Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
A whirling struggle!
No escape!
Winds of heaven! First spark!
Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Unlock! Healing cloak!
No escape!
Magic is there!
Radiant Freedom! Appreciate the help!
See what I can do!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Up and at 'em! Let's go! To the truth! Raging Hurricane! In here!
Lunar Arc!
Hurricane Head!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare to Malisa! No standing torch!
Sonic Thrust!
Shock!
Ah!
Thunder Touch!
Hurricane Thrust!
Hurricane!
Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
All disasters made
Here's a
one.
healing arc!
Come
Here for
first.
now! Ringwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
There you go. That wasn't so hard.
Everyone's still in one piece?
What's this?
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
First aid! Switch top!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! It's on! Take this!
How do you like being pounded into
Swallow
stone?
Blade! No
That'll bring you
escape!
down!
No escape! You picked the wrong fight!
Here, let me help!
You're mine!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done. I'll take you all on. Flare to Malisa! Will this
You're
help?
mine!
Here, get on!
Dragon Swarm!
Healing circle!
Swallow Blade!
Make it rain!
All yours, Kisara!
Now! Take this!
Radiant! Soon died to save you!
Thunder field!
Going in!
Try harder!
I'm going to need to use all the power. My
Going in!
You're mine! The flame is yours to be let free!
Is it in the sky? Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Dragon Swarm!
Steering
Now we're not...
now.
You fight better at a
Further!
distance.
further away the better. You and I both.
A charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Glacial Steel Heal.
Here's evil. It looks like you got this one covered.
Flaming Meteor! Show me what my art can do.
Hold on to your art. Here I come. Don't mind if I do.
And more of this and I'll burn out. You picked the wrong fight.
Inferno
Dragon Swarm!
Far enough!
Right here.
You're finished!
Prepare to be seen! Hurricane Strike!
No further!
Lightning Strike! By the power of will!
Take this!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
A chain between heaven and earth.
You're mine!
By the power of will!
Lightning. By the power of
Anything in order is all mine! This one's mine! Thunder Touch!
It is in the sky.
My turn! Burn!
Hurricane Strike!
I'm not done!
Look sharp!
Dragon Swarm!
Outstanding form! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolition! Flaming Meteor! Inferno Crush!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane, take this!
Here!
Take this! Mirage!
Hurricane Flame!
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do! My turn! Law! I'll stop your
Excuse me.
movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Adamantintendum. This is material, right? Yes. Let's continue.
Hurricane Thrust!
Inferno Crush!
It's on! Burn! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Thanks! Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolition!
Here I come!
Anything in order is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
Dragon Swarm!
That'll bring you down!
Dragon Swarm!
No further!
Dance in the wind! Air through lunar blast! Back into the fray!
It's on! Dragon Swarm! Not today!
Switch to offense!
Here I come! Mirror Escape! It's over! Pierce through! Take this!
Winds of heaven! First, it looks like you got this one covered.
Sonic Thrust!
Shield and face!
Be still!
Piercing roar!
And more of this and I'll burn out!
Here I go.
I'll smack you!
A whirling circle. Radiant wind of heaven by the power of flame! Venom out in your dreams!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! A chain between heaven and earth. Venom without a trace! A wailing banshee of lightning!
No further!
Divine savior! I can do this all
Dragon
day!
Swarm! Hold nothing back!
Hear me!
Dragon Swarm! Coming through!
Coming through.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Photon, lightning condemned!
Hurricane Thrust! Burn in hell!
Healing circle!
This one's mine!
Holy land!
No escape!
Hurricane
Tear!
Thanks, Sheila.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
That'll bring you down! Now you see what I can do! This one's
Glacial
mine!
spear! Pierce evil!
Hurricane Strike!
Feel
idea. Here goes!
Sonic thrust!
Freeze Lancer!
Strike! This is looking good.
Inferno crossing! I'll take you all on!
Tutkisala!
Flare the Malisa! Radiant Pierce! Here goes!
Tear!
Make it rain!
It's time! All yours, Kisara!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Zoogel's here.
I will tell you if I need healing.
You're putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted. Like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all 6. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevericht 35 told us. The Danan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's Great Spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
I hope there is somewhere either save point or not save point. I don't need save point. Something that I can heal. Somewhere I can heal.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right Go for it!
Prepare to crumble. Not a chance. Dragon Swarm. Coming through.
And finish.
Ha! Now. Scarlet and I can feel my power growing.
Okay. I am doing this. Now. Omega Elixir. Nice. Yes, this way. This is the right way. When I found
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Holy Land! Dragon Swarm! Where are you going? This one's mine. Prepare to be sealed. A wailing dandy of lightning! Hurricane Light! Here! It's weakened!
This ends now!
Time to
Dragon Swarm!
Leave the enemy's arts to me.
No complaints here.
Magic
Now! Take this! You'll pay for that!
I'll bring you back.
How about this? Dragon Swarm!
Flaming Meteor!
Swallow Blade!
Inferno Cloak! Here's a healing arm. This one's not the silence.
Try harder! My turn! Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Here, let me help.
Move it!
Freeze Lancer!
Take this!
Dance to the wind! Air Shot! I am primed and ready. Oh, sparkling I never miss. Rain down and purify strike.
Not today!
Mega Ray!
Swallow Blade!
Lightning!
Dragon Swarm!
Damn it! Out of ammo! A worm Inferno!
In a bind?
Winds at the healing arm!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll be back. Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Too much to handle? A pain between heaven and earth.
Dragon Swarm! Now! While it's reeling!
Take it down!
You're finished!
A whirling struggle.
This time!
Winds of heaven!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
I want somewhere I can teleport.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no... fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Fish is the most
Really
important.
The worst point against it.
Hello, Astral Agony.
Out of my way!
Dragon Swarm!
Let me help!
Lightning Thrust!
Get on in there!
Lightning Strike!
Hurricane Strike! Not in your dreams!
Leaving
Oh, back to me!
Swallow! Now you see what I can do!
Illuminate the dark!
Time to let it rip. You're mine. Eat this. Coming through.
Coming through.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here,
Take
let's
that.
go. Where are you going? I'm ready to go.
Strike. Swallow
Here
blade.
to heal
You'll
you.
pay for that.
I'm ready to aim. I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss. Guardian Field.
Take it.
Down. You're on.
Swallow blade. Try harder. Now. My turn.
Please, Cloud.
Now. You're mine.
Shattering the pieces.
This one keeps charging
How do
us.
you like? That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Now or never.
Thunder touch.
Take this.
This.
Eat this. Here I come. No escape. Dragon Form. It's over. Try harder. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. You're mine.
This one's mine. A whirling struggle. Winds of heaven.
No escape. I'll smash you.
Dragon
Form. No escape. Try harder. My turn. Now. The flame inside me.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Dragon Form. Sonic Thrust. Lightning Thrust. Tear. Hurricane Thrust.
Go in there. Make it rain. Frozen.
There go.
Hammer.
Frozen hammer. Hammering it down.
Next time, do you think we could add some more flames into the mix?
Huh? It's not that easy to adjust, you know.
This is a very long dungeon. Aha. Dodge.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Far enough. Not in your dreams. One more.
Shattering the pieces. Flaming meteor.
I'll smash you.
Inferno.
Take this.
Aim for the weak point.
Hurricane Thrust. It's time. Hurricane Thrust.
Looks like their arts were interrupted.
Burn. I'm not done. Dragon Form.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malita. This one's mine.
You're mine.
Inferno. That'll bring you down. A whirling Don't give up. This one's mine. I'll bring you back. Winds of heaven. Flaming meteor.
Thank you.
Knock it into next week.
You require
Outstanding
No
form.
further.
Far enough. Freeze laser.
Here I come.
Here goes.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malita.
I'm
This
going
one's
to need
mine.
you. Not on my watch to accomplish.
No escape.
Lightning
This
contest.
one's all mine.
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Here I come.
Anything in honor is all mine.
Piercing roar. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust. A whirling struggle.
Try harder. My turn.
How do you like
Here's a
being
healing arc.
pounded into shape?
Take this.
I can carve through armor. I don't have much left.
Take this.
Hurricane Force. There you go. Don't let up. Here's a
No
healing arc.
escape. Dragon Form.
Shield and fate.
Lightning Thrust.
Get on it, Harry.
Hurricane
In the
Thrust.
sky.
Flaming meteor.
Say no more.
Astral Energy!
Well done.
Try harder. My turn.
Not in your dreams.
Now we're not
Shield and break. Lunar Collection.
Dragon form. This one's all mine.
Winds of heaven.
Ignite.
Switch to Iris. Lightning converge.
Dragon form.
Roaring pain between heaven and earth. Reload.
You're finished.
A wailing Dantean
Dragon form.
In a bind?
Divine Savior.
This isn't looking good.
Shattering of pieces!
Attack time. You have to hold on.
Coming through.
Coming through and attack.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here goes.
Take that. There. I can carve through all.
Life Bottle, yleinen vel.
Flaming meteor.
Take this. Swallow blood. Try harder. I'm not done.
Got it.
Burn it.
Now let's dance.
Then Beat Cell. Yes.
A chain between heaven and earth.
I'm giving you more than that.
Magic
Try harder.
illusion.
My turn.
Hear me.
You're mine.
Water.
Dragon
Hear my
form.
call. Magic is the
Take
Here's evil between heaven and earth.
Can't get out of this!
Blue escape.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Here's evil.
Blue escape.
Kesäajan vel. If you will be so kind to switch out.
Freeze Lancer.
I'm not.
Ready. By the power of flame. Don't mind if I do. Without a trace.
It's time. Ignite. Catapult. Flash. Talon storm. Be still. Hurricane thrust.
Everlasting now in the group!
Hurricane thrust.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Can't move!
Ow!
Forgive me. This is my
See what happened there as you crossed me.
Life Bottle, thank you.
Done that. Armor won't save. What's this? Let's tear him up. In a bind.
Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Got him all good. Ah. Sage. I haven't used this at all. Okay, let's go. Either way.
Little hell. If it's in the sky, it's mine. How do you like being pounded into shape? Burning meteor! Hear my call! Look shot, laser spear!
Ow.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Inferno crossing!
Now you see what I can do!
Mirage!
This one's mine!
You're mine!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Ow.
Lightning orb by the power of flame! Laser chain between heaven and earth.
Lightning
A wailing can't be
Can't get out of this!
Dragon Sword!
Here's evil!
Going in!
Freeze laser!
How about this?
Charge from that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Burn in hell!
Ready and ready! I can carve through armor! Slash!
Dragon Sword!
I never miss! Champion swirl!
Swallow Blade!
Celestial order! Iron prison!
Take this! Coming through!
And finish.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! I'm not...
Lightning condemned! Aura sealed! Don't mind if I do!
Pa 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 pam. Laispotelu kesällä.
In a vine!
Rain down and purify all! Lightning! Downfall!
Slash!
There!
Dragon
Meteor
Form!
sword! Mega ray!
I'm not done! Move it again! Eat dirt! Take this!
Anything in armor is all going in.
I'm not
Nothing
done!
gets by me.
Dragon Sword!
Here!
Crush! You'll pay for that!
Ow, ow, ow.
Freeze laser!
You're mine! Dragon Sword! Here I come!
Edit.
By the power of flame!
Dragon Sword!
That'll bring you down.
I'll tear you flame inside me! Yours! Let free!
I'll finish you here and now. How do you like being pounded into shape?
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Get it!
Yeah! Nice technique.
Here I come!
I'm on a roll now.
Dragon Stop!
Anything in armor is all mine.
No escape! Swallow Blade! Strike! Swallow Blade! You're mine!
By the power of
No
flame!
escape!
Rise without a trace!
Storm! Dazzle! Hurricane Thrust!
Now I'm in the groove!
Hurricane Thrust!
All good. You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done
Try
that.
harder! My turn! No escape!
Hear my
Line up.
Mirage! Dragon Sword!
Flame of fury!
This one's all mine! Start! Eat dirt! It's time!
I'll crush you!
Cola.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Amazing.
Take this!
No further!
Mirage!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Take this! Swallow Blade!
It looks like we made a mess.
You're bruised all over.
Now!
Did you even notice?
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
Be still!
Let the marksman handle this!
Hurricane Thrust! Do it! Still!
This ends
Do
now!
it.
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Yep. I've got the hills. I'm so bad shape, so after this camping, I will stop the stream today. This is getting too much. And I need to eat something.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
But skits and camping first.
Everything okay there, big guy? You look kind of pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah, it's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shion.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome? That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Huh? Something smells nice.
It's probably the accessory I picked up earlier. It uses materials that put off a pleasing aroma.
Ooh, that sounds lovely. I'm jealous.
Want to try it on? I'm sure it'll look great on you.
Really? I'd love to.
This looks so good. I almost want to have it all to myself.
Mind if I join you, Law?
So, how's it been going?
How's what been going?
Come on, man. You know what I mean. How've things been with you and Shion?
I had a feeling it was about that. Well, what about things on your end?
No, we're not talking about me. I'd rather hear about you.
I don't really have anything to share on that front.
Don't be like that. You think I can't tell something's been going on?
Look, I'm not the type to go blabbing about that kind of stuff.
Give me a break. Don't keep secrets from me just because you're a little old.
I'm not that old.
I don't know, man. Lately it seems like you start wheezing as soon as we get into a fight.
That's some pretty big talk. You really want to try your luck with me? What were were we talking about before?
It was... well, it doesn't really matter now.
What's wrong? Did I hit your head too hard?
No, man, you don't get it. You're really something, Alphen.
What do you mean?
Just you. How you always indulge me and help me work through my jumbled thoughts.
Do I?
Yeah, I always feel better after being with you. Even duking it out just now helped.
There you go again, making me out to be better than I really am.
I'm not making you out to be anything. You can't stop me from admiring you, Alphen.
You've got strange taste then.
I'm fine with that. I hope someday I can be there to lift you up too.
I don't plan on getting quite that old anytime soon.
We should go again sometime.
We should. I look forward to it.
See you guys tomorrow.
Now Ra learned
You guys ready to
Crimson
hit the road?
Skies.
I know I am.
Let's see, yes, we can forge new weapons. Iron pipe. Why not? Oh. Patriarch Martel. I'm sorry, what? Hetki, Oblivion, what mantel? Yes. Then can I buy something? Materials. pineapple jelly. And manage lands.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Okay, that's fine. Rena.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I think that is the right way to go. We are now level 52. I will stop it here. Let's see who's online. Well, I think he has a birthday, so why not? Thank you everybody for watching and see you next time. Bye bye.